Commissioners, we are live.
Okay. I call this June 6th meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please everybody join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good morning, everybody. Morning. 80th anniversary of D-Day today. Yes. Happened to notice we've have some new windows in this building. Yeah, looking pretty nice upstairs there. A little worried when they put those windows in if it would knock out the windows in your office. Might want to check the structural integrity just in case.
Could be worse, could be on the second floor.
True. Nonetheless, you might want to check that, and if so, I encourage duct tape. That's not the only way you're going to be able to fix it. Okay, well, with that said, we'll start off with some public comment, and I know Vivian said she had some words. Okay.
So we have some good news about our leadership candidates for this year. Back in March, I believe we discussed sending 2 people to the Flint Hills Regional Leadership Program and then 2 to NACO's High Performance Leadership Academy. We had so much interest, we had to form a little committee and choose the candidates. So I have some of those here today. Wanted to celebrate their accomplishment. We have Doug Russell from Riley County Fire District 1, he's deputy chief, and he's going through the NACO Academy. So congratulations, Doug, we support you, and we are very grateful for the support and the support is just the best word that I can think of. For the investment staff, as we talk about retention, recruitment, building leaders from within our staff who we have evidence that they're high performing, they're committed, they've been here for many years, giving them the opportunity and the resources to advance is very meaningful for us. So we appreciate all of that. We also have for the NACO High Performance Leadership Academy, Megan Lewis. She's out of training in Salina today, so she will join us. She's the interim director of community corrections for the thousands of people tuning in at home. Want to make sure that they're on board too. Then we have
sarcasm. That's sarcasm.
no. And then we have Tammy Lentz, the treasurer's office, who is going to participate in a Flint Hills Regional Leadership Academy this year. And then Evan McMillan from Public Works, also unavailable to join us today because he was out of town, but he's going to be Flint Hills Regional Leadership. So
All right.
I would like a quick round of applause. We look forward to what you are going to contribute to the county as an organization and the entire community, and we're excited to see what you learn. So thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners, for this.
Yeah.
We hear you're good at speaking and I will speak. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I know the committee, I told they said there was a lot of applicants, so I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate you guys wanting to increase the potential of all of us and the employees in general. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get to do the process here from everybody once in a while. What's going on?
Yeah. At the end, we'll make sure to schedule time to have the participant come and talk to you about what they learned and the success of the program, and what we're going to do moving forward. So,
Sounds good.
yeah,
Yeah.
outline their plans to take over the world. We'll get that set up too.
Actually, it might not be a bad idea with this group. Great. Do we have anything else in terms of public comment this morning? Okay, seeing now, we will close public comment off and we'll move to commissioner comments and Commissioner McKinley.
Okay, well, Wednesday was the quarterly meeting for the Anavas board. Meeting, their building is under construction, so we did that. And the construction building is supposed to be completed by the end of July, and it was funded completely by federal and state grants, not by local money. And they've hired a consultant to do a transit analysis study.
Yeah.
Because the number of riders has gone down. They've had problems getting enough staff, enough drivers. So they've had some applicants that weren't fit to do it. Trying to find people to drive. It's been trouble. I hope the study they can look to see what needs to be done to improve the system to update it. And then they also said WTC, I think it was on Wednesday, they said received it, or Tuesday, got a $700,000 grant from the state for broadband. Part of that is to be used for public access, and they're going to put public Wi-Fi at the new bus shelters that they built over the last.
That's the adopter. They got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got that grant, but that's part of the thing, to put Wi-Fi and all where they built shelters in the last couple of years. And we kind of started reviewing the budget for next year. It was a long meeting, but things got done.
Okay, well, I don't have a lot. I was able to spend some time with my daughter this past week, who was visiting from Virginia. And so we spent a lot of time just relaxing and she was kind of decompressing from all the things that she does in her job and home. But yesterday I took her back to the airport. She had a good flight to Chicago, but then got stuck there for 4 hours before she could go further.
That's been happening a lot there. I talked
Yeah.
to some people over the weekend. They got stuck trying to get back here from Chicago, and I don't know what the deal is there.
Well, apparently, she was going east, and apparently they told everybody that whoever is in control of these, if they have some storms, and they limit the amount of planes that are in the air. And they had some storms.
Is it American
on the east.
Airlines?
No, that was United.
Oh, okay.
So, and they had some.
American Airlines.
They wouldn't allow so many planes. So I don't know. They had some storms on the East Coast. So that must have, finally she got out of there and got home late last night.
Yeah, storms on the East
I
Coast
know,
all the
it's just-
time. Get used to it.
So it's some new regulation they put through. So anyway, it was a good time. That's all I have.
Just need to get rich and get your own plane. That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Okay, well, I started off with the doctor's appointment on Monday. That's not going well. I don't know what it is. I think maybe it's just a difference in personality between doctors and myself. Go figure. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I met with Vivian Leva also on Monday. It seems that for you, and all of a sudden I kind of stacked up some speaking opportunities. So I met with her just to put some things together and get some advice and get a second opinion, just make sure they go as well as they possibly can. So certainly grateful for the assistance on that. We're putting something together for Good Morning Manhattan and Flag Day and a couple other ones. So I'll have some rough drafts to work off of, and I'll just go from there. Let's see. On Tuesday afternoon, I did have, I guess, what we'll call a spur of the moment teams call, Rich, with yourself and Elizabeth. Discuss the employee procedure manual. Since we got it kind of late in the process, I know we'll be discussing it today. I had some questions and some concerns about it, so we kind of addressed that and went through that, and be in good shape for today's discussion on that. Thanks for making the appropriate adjustments on that on the fly. I'm sure Cindy was involved in that too, to make that work for the agenda for today as well, so I appreciate that. Tuesday evening, I did jump on and watch part of the Manhattan City Commission meeting on Facebook Live. Realized it's the first time I've actually watched one of those meetings in a long time. Did want to take a moment and just congratulate the newly appointed Commissioner Jamie Minton. She's certainly got her work cut out for her moving forward, judging by a whole host of comments that were made. Understand the situation. It would be ideal to have a special election under normal circumstances, but this circumstance is anything but normal. But look forward to working with her. There's plenty of stuff to do. We've got to figure out how to work together to make some of this stuff work. yeah, did stick around a little bit to they're starting to kind of work on their early parts of their fiscal year 2025 budget too. And they had some people from some of their outside budgeting teams to come in and talk about some budget processes, including bonding, securing some of those type of things. Because, they're talking about potential sales tax and other things. And since there's quite a few new people on the board and staff that trying to go through some of those questions. I had some really good questions and some really good dialogue on it, I thought, so for what it's worth. Yesterday, did have a conversation via phone with Mike Matson, the External Affairs Director with the Chamber, on a couple of items, actually. The big one obviously being the upcoming public hearing on the Evergy substation being proposed over across from Main Ashland. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still trying to get some questions and answers concerned in regards to this project that I'm not getting anywhere on, honestly. So I had a conversation with him. It seems that my questions and concerns are some of the ones that they're having too. And so we're just trying to talk some things through and trying to figure out what's what. Don't really know too much more other than that at the moment, but it is what it is. And you touched on it already. I was going to go ahead and touch on it fully. WTC did get awarded the Adopt grant, $721,111 officially. It's going to allow them to work through numerous community partners, including us, to provide free public Wi-Fi. You mentioned the one with ATA for us. Probably going to include the health department, probably out at the fairgrounds, Foxcroft Hall. I know that we've got, we'll be writing a $5,000 check as we have already granted for that. So this project identifies and actually deploys a total of 124 public high-speed and Wi-Fi internet access points. We work with everybody, Nisai, K-State. I think the city has a couple of them, and there's a whole list of them. This project's going to take a little bit of time to put together. There's going to be some more details coming about on it shortly, and I look forward to working for them. I've talked to Jeff already via email on it, and they'll keep us posted. So they'll probably be asking for a check at some point in time. So be prepared. And really, that's about it this morning.
Ready for business?
Mm-hmm.
First item we have commissioners is 2025 Riley County Extension Appropriation Request in the amount of $667,380. Of course, this is presented because of the 10-day statutory requirement of to either accept it or ask them to adjust it.
Can you pull back up here if I can't pull that up?
I believe Brittany, it's the same amount as last year, correct?
Yeah.
I don't have any problems with it.
No, I actually kind of appreciate the fact they kind of left it kind of flat and kind of understand where we're all kind of tracking this year. Because they were kind of paying attention to our earlier conversations on thing, and that wasn't just the extension department. That was the board in general. So, yeah, I like what the extension department does. I mean, they have really good outside programming. They do some others community support, and like the VITA program and the kitchen restore and a couple of those other things that provide some really good community support. I wish some of the other community partners were a little bit more involved, but it is what it is. So I can live with it.
I would make a motion to approve the 2025 Raleigh County Extension Appropriation Request.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2025 Raleigh County Extension Appropriation Request. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign. You. Next, Commissioner, take a motion to approve to deploy the mobile command post to Wamego for the July 4th celebration.
We do it every year.
Mhm. Yeah, for a long
I
time.
did deploying mobile command post vehicle to Wamego for the July 4th celebration.
I would second that.
I was kind of curious if they've really ever had to use that, knock on wood.
Well, they do use it as a unified command center. So, they're in there. They're in during the event.
They never really had any problems that requires actual emergency management with that event though, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. They got that down to a T over there.
It's just a place for
Yeah, I think some storms once in a while, I mean, obvious, but yeah, nothing.
it's just a place for them to kind of the
Yeah, you know, make
have a
decisions,
meeting
coordinate
place.
efforts, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's. Okay, okay, well, it's been moved and seconded to approve deploying the mobile command post vehicle to Wamego for the July 4th Boomtown celebration. That's what they call it. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Next, Commissioner, need a motion to approve contract agreement with
Yeah,
WH
do
Scale. WH Scale for the Riley County Transfer Station truck scales in the amount of $49,880.
Okay, I make a motion to approve and sign the agreement for the Raleigh County Transfer Station truck scale with WH Scale for $49,880.
Second.
That came down in price, didn't it? Isn't that why you were here?
That was the same place.
Ah,
Same price.
so no good news,
No, I'd say.
evident. Go ahead. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve and sign the agreement for the Riley County Transfer Station truck scale with WH Scale for $49,880. All in favor?
Aye.
Thing is, had John been here, it'd have gone up significantly.
That's true. That is true.
The chair to sign, please.
Just the chair.
Yeah, thanks, Evan.
I missed them somewhere.
Those big documents are a pain, especially if they're up at the top.
Got paper clips, and signs and everything else.
Mhm.
Okay, there. we go. Now it's right.
Next, Commissioner, Riley County Employee Action Forms, Lauren Baldwin Varela, Human Resource Assistant, Clerk's Department, Separation of Service. Avery Kennedy, a new hire as needed volunteer firefighter stipend. Blake Bowman, new hire as needed firefighter stipend. Andrew Westerman, new hire as needed volunteer firefighter stipend. Taylor Shaw, new hire seasonal in Public Works Parks. And Stephen Kirk, Facility Tech and Public Works Separation of Service. All three signed, please. Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't have anything.
I didn't see anything either. So I would make a motion to approve the June 3rd meeting of the Raleigh County Commission.
Second,
It moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the June 3rd meeting of the Riley County Commission as written. All in favor?
All right.
Have a tentative agenda, look, commissioners. Any items for next week's press conference? Okay, for next commissioners, you'll have Elizabeth Ward at 9:00.
you did keep it to one page, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's looking on the bright side. That's good. I like that.
I do have a couple items. I'm not gonna have time to do it at the end of the meeting, so maybe now is a good time to do it. You've got an email, obviously, on the MVAP tour. Okay, I'm gonna try to get something set up on a Monday or Thursday afternoon after one of our meetings.
Mhm.
And we're probably gonna have to split that up. Katie said probably about 12 is probably their max. We counted 16. I guess I was a little surprised by the enthusiasm on that. Maybe I should have been surprised. So we have to split that up and do 2 separate tours. So I'm assuming all 5 of us will probably need to be on that tour together.
That would help.
Rich, you'll have to be with us
Makes
for
it
sure.
easier.
I figured Vivian probably with us too, and I don't know who else.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have to be, but
Okay.
yeah.
I figured she would probably want to be
Pictures.
just.
Can they take pictures? Can we take pictures?
No.
Yeah, I'm sure not.
I
You
didn't think so.
can't take your phone in.
No.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Okay.
No, leave your phone in your car.
Yeah.
I'd like,
We have to do it well in advance so they can vet everybody.
Yeah.
And-
you-
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to include Brian unless he takes somebody else's place. It's not essential that he go.
Okay. She just said we have to kind of narrow it down per tour because they can only do.
Right. And what I'm saying is we get to that number, he does not have to go.
Right.
But
I'm
I'm sure he'll be.
gonna try to plan maybe a secondary tour. So there might be 2, so everybody gets an opportunity. It just won't happen all at once, is what I'm saying. So I'll work with Katie on that. We'll try to figure out some dates and times and I'll shoot them through and Rich or Clancy will get them over to you. So
Yep, for sure.
just give me a heads up on that. And then the second item is I want to discuss the small cities meetings. I'm kind of at the point where I kind of don't want to do them at this point.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they don't get people there, but we don't get any people here either.
I know.
Right.
But it means a lot to them. A lot of people have said
I
they
just-
appreciate us being out.
Well, and here's the thing about it is, I counted from the last 2. I took the last 2 meetings, not just the one, but we've had 4.5 or 5.5 technical members of Riley County staff and 3 people from the other one. I'm looking at it from a resource perspective. And I think what's happening actually is this, and this is a good thing, is we engage with everybody and we engage with all of our constituent base, I think well enough that meeting like that isn't really all that important to them. They don't feel like they have to show up. It's going to be their one and only chance they ever connect with us because we do a good enough job outside of that. Like with the EMS question and the things that are going on in Keats, I mean, that's obviously separate. And when those situations come up, we have to do that separately. But we talk about valuing our staff's time and their personal time. And, when we do an evening meeting and we're taking up that time for them, I don't know, it's a little contradictory. So I decided I'm not really for them, but I'm in the minority, but I would rather not do it.
But like I said, there's there's more people show up than they show up here.
Yeah.
If they have anybody show up, it's more than half here. And I've had people up there say they appreciate us being up there.
I think it sends a message that we want to be,
We haven't forgotten
include the rural area rather than just here. Maybe time change, would that help anybody to come or not?
I think 6 o'clock, usually everybody's done with work, and if you do it any later, people are gonna be done.
I was
with
thinking
their-
maybe earlier, but as far as staff goes, but I don't know if a lot of people work that might come. So.
I just think if it's not a hot button item or ticket, nobody's gonna really show up and watch you just go through the motions. That's just me.
Well, I like it. I think it's a good outreach thing. But
Yeah, I do too. And I know it does draw a crowd, but again, we don't hear either. So
Here, it's just during the business day, in evenings, it's not, so.
And we initially had them at the small cities years ago. We did them in the mornings as well at like regular times or sort of like at 9, and attendance was about the same and it requires the same amount of staff time, but attendance was the same. Just like we get now, you got maybe city councils. That's whoever attends. It's not the general public that attends.
And I kind of look at that both ways too. City council's still citizenry.
Mhm. And they can tell other people, well, when it was.
Or maybe they don't.
Yeah.
I'm not in favor, I'm not gonna be, but if I'm in the minority, I'm in the minority, so it is what it is.
I think Greg and I both agree.
Okay. Well, there's the marching orders then.
okay. And like I say on NBF, if they you have sheets just fill out
Yeah.
to get approved. And then when you do get approved, you get a sheet of what you can and can't do when you come in. Like I say, you can't bring your phone in.
Or any recording device whatsoever.
Because I didn't get it, I hadn't been there before. And that's got.
Yeah, it's been pretty-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Well, that takes care of that then. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director, and I'm here with my monthly update. We're gonna just go through a couple things that we generally touch on and update you for the last month that we've gone through. So our current headcount, 297 in all of our regular employees and 325 in our seasonal stipend, mostly volunteer fire and election workers. We brought on 4 new people last month, but and you can see we separated 2 people. So, stayed pretty even. Over the year, we've had 32 new hires and 22 separations in our regular employment. Our turnover rate did go up slightly to 14.14, and our tenure, you guys have seen that kind of creeping down. That's a rolling annual rate. The turnover and the average tenure are rolling. So they're 12 months historically, right? It's not just this year. And so you've seen that tenure kind of slowly coming down. It's not a bad tenure at all. I mean, if we compare ourselves to other organizations, private, certainly it's a decent amount. We do have currently 6 jobs open. So we've got 3 in public works, 2 in the health department, and we've got the on-call positions in community corrections, which are going to be multiple people, but 1 on-call position. Any questions about those numbers?
What, you say separations current year, is that
That's
calendar year or
current calendar year.
just like calendar?
Yeah, and that's why I put that in. There's a.
It's not for the last
the
year.
12.
I don't say, because that didn't match up with 14, so.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. And the turnover, it doesn't really work if you slice it into smaller amounts. I mean, you can look at your turnover rate for a month or 6.
No, I know, but I just was saying the turnover rate is 22, but 22 isn't for a year.
Yes, the
It
20.
isn't for 12 months, it's for this year.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
You are correct. Yeah, you would be a lower number than you would expect in those 12 months. Yeah. Okay, so we are continuing the CPR trainings. The next one is June 28th. We actually did not get any participants for the last one, so we'll see how this core class goes. Well, we had actually 2 participants signed up, but one was ill and the other one was me, so I rescheduled. But yeah, we'll see if we get a little bit more turnout. for the June 28th. And then, I don't think I'm supposed to, did they even set this money? Okay.
Surprise.
They were gonna do that on Monday, so I had it in here and then they switched it.
No, she didn't. I think she did it this morning because it was in here. I think maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
It's been in the packet for a long time now.
Yeah, no, sorry, but they did it, and it's good. So, and these people already knew and accepted as well. So those are the group. They had a 3-person committee review all the applications, and those are who they chose. And I know both Megan and Doug are really excited. I actually haven't had a chance to talk to Tandy and Evan because they do their own registration, and so I'm working with these two to get registered for NACO. Excited to hear how their experience goes.
That's good. And they should, there was a lot of applicants.
Yeah.
Those are good, and I don't know who all, but I think those are all good people.
I do too. I think those are great choices, and I know that they're really interested in bringing that back home. So,
Good.
yeah, which is really the point for Riley County, right? We want to get some people who are interested, want to do it, and then also want to bring that leadership back to Riley County. Yeah, I thought the process this year was really well, having that three-person panel, and 2 of the people in the 3 had participated in at least one of these, if not both of these, and it was good. It's good. Took HR out of it, and they just looked at applications, and it was good. Currently, we are looking, and I brought this to the department heads, and so I wanted to bring it to you as well. Supervisor training. We've been talking about this for a couple of years, really, of like trying to figure out what it is our managers / supervisors need to really perform well. And so the proposal that I made yesterday to department heads, and we actually discussed it about 6 months ago as well, is this program called Highly Effective Managers. And it is a 12-month program. You meet monthly for 90 minutes, and we meet in a group, but the person is virtual live, specific for us, but you can actually pay extra having come each month. But I think that will be effective enough if we're just doing it live. They also have monthly reading assignments and weekly workbook activities. So the cost is $650 per person. If the department heads are supportive of this, that would come out of the department heads training budget, what they have in their budget for training, and who they send forward. It would be focused on supervisors and management. So I know we talk about leadership training and we talk about like the skill set of supervisor training. And so that's really more, this is going to be more about supervising and the how-tos and the things that we usually promote someone who's really good at a job, but doesn't necessarily get any training on how to manage people, which is difficult. We all know. And so the idea is where is going to, they work with, I've already worked with about 10,000 managers. I think he had 70 different organizations that he had been working with for the last couple of years. And then those are in the graph are the titles or the topics for the months. So I wanted to kind of make you aware about it and see if you had any questions, concerns, something you'd like to see done differently. Like I said, I did give the department heads kind of a reboot in this information. They actually liked it. When we talked about it 6 months ago, they were, I would say, overall in favor, but we had to really spend some time focusing on getting the policy manual updated and finished. And so now that we've got at least the policies out and hopefully the procedures soon, we can focus on making this. And we actually have the employee day training group it talks about these bigger topics as well, like how do our training fit into all of the Riley County goals. And so this group had also reviewed this program and was making this recommendation. We had an internal list of things where we felt supervisors either had asked for or we had collectively observed we had a need. And I wouldn't say it's this exact list, but this was a really good fit.
So how many people are you looking at putting through that?
Yeah, so I hadn't asked for a minimum. And so I asked him yesterday what the minimum would be, to hold the course. But I think we were thinking, ideally, you get a culture. So we get our department heads and our supervisors using the same language and the same time of performance and the same kind of things. And so if we could put maybe a dozen through this a year or something, it might be high. I don't, we'll see. Again, it'll go back to the department heads and how they're spending their training budget. And if they have that already spoken for that year, then, they'll have to plan for the next year.
It's going to be ongoing every year, send a new group through.
That would be the ideal,
until we
right?
get everybody.
Yeah.
And
One of the things we talked about, and Rich and I had talked about it previously, is I think up to this point, and I've been here 4 years, so I can only speak about that. That we've kind of taken a shotgun approach to training leadership and management. We're just, we scatter it out there and we say, okay, let's try this and let's give you this information.
Horrible mental picture of that, thanks.
It's actually pretty common where you just kind of scatter things out versus like being a little bit strategic and focusing, like laser focusing on, hey, this is how we're going to do this as a culture. And so the idea here is that we would do it, and assuming it's effective, we have to do some evaluation at the end of the first program.
Yeah.
Continue to do that and send people so that we get this same language, same methodology, same thought on how we evaluate, hold people accountable, and ideally then elevate us to be a little more performing. And actually, I don't want to pick on, I love picking on Michael actually, so don't let me say anything.
At least you're honest. Appreciate the honesty.
But we were just talking about it today, like we're talking, or not today, this week, we were talking about, hey, yeah, okay, you're telling me to do it this way, but when I talk to other department heads, they do it this way, or they do it this way. And that is true, and not necessarily that everybody personality wise will do everything exactly the same, but if we have kind of the forward motion. Make sense?
Yeah.
So how many total do we have of the managers and supervisors?
Oh, that's a great question. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I have a listserv and I sent about, kind of training information.
I was just curious. I mean, is that critical? I just was
Yeah,
wondering if you had
I
that.
could definitely tell you.
Be good for next month's report.
Next month's
Good information,
Yeah.
next month's report.
Yeah, that's actually a great question, yeah. I would include all the department heads, anyone who supervises or manages.
Sure.
so if you just send, like say, a dozen each year, would you send one from each department, or would you concentrate putting 3 or 4 from one department so the whole department gets,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
exactly the
different ways
question
of
we're
looking at it.
asking. Yes,
Oh.
that's right. So we actually
Easier
talked
one to
about
get
that
it
yesterday, like
sheer
trying to get
through
2 or 3 out of the same department to kind of.
So that the whole department's funded that
Yeah,
way.
okay.
Yeah, one of the department heads suggested that exact approach yesterday as well, and I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, in other organizations I've done training programs it's more like one for every department too, but I think it makes more sense if we want to try to be comprehensive to get a system that
Just a
functions.
couple of departments each
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be ideal. Okay. We do have this opportunity here in town through Express Employment on the 20th, and I think we have 11 people signed up for that. And in the past, so this is $35. It includes the entire program, and I think like some snacks for breakfast. It's through Express Employment. In the past, they've had very good programs, so I'm expecting that to be good as well. So we're doing onboarding and the employee day, and I think they're on the agenda for the end of this month to do a full kind of, hey, this is what we're expecting for employee day. So I think that'll be informational.
And we're fine with the healthier snack option, but don't penalize us that don't want a healthy snack option.
They're only healthy snacks.
Healthier.
No, they tease me because now I'm like the cookie queen. I'm like, grab down cookies, don't leave out the cookies. Although Russell brought those cinnamon rolls with the cherry in them last year. I had never had that. That was pretty darn good.
You should try it with chili.
Yeah, I have had regular cinnamon rolls in chili, but not with the cherry seed in there, so. Okay, process manual, this is a big deal for us. We're gonna talk about it today, but I want to just make sure that you guys all understand that the process manual isn't like an addition to the policy manual. It's actually part of the policy manual. So we're just not quite over that hump. We have some situations where we have to refer to the new policy manual because that was adopted, and then somehow combine that with the old policy manual to figure out how we're gonna handle the current employee situation. And it is challenging. So I want to try to do our best to get that to where you guys want it to be so we can move forward. And it's not gonna be set in stone, right? It's not cemented in, it's not gonna be the same policies, the process is forever. We are gonna have to make edits and have done that, throughout time. I've seen a lot of different resolutions, so. We worked through this FLSA regulation threshold. I brought that to you guys last month, and then I do want to let you know there's 3 positions that will likely be changing classification. We have 1 position that needs to move from exempt to non-exempt, and that's really a pretty clear cut and dry. And then so that means they'd be overtime eligible. This won't in our estimation, should not affect our budget because this position is not working more than 40 hours, and that's one of the reasons it's appropriate to move it to non-exempt. And then we've got two other positions that really should move from non-exempt to exempt just by the level of the position and responsibility in their job. And so I'm talking to the department heads about that and really reviewing whether the position description is correct, whether those duties are being assigned to that person at that level, and then looking good classification. So. Budgets, we are beginning to discuss this county counselor transition. So Clancy and I have talked briefly about it several times, but we need to start hammering out that timeline. Community corrections director, you guys have all been involved in that. So that was a recent budget impact. And then we finally got through that personnel budget because of that. So that was great. And then we are working with that childcare licensing personnel budget as well. And that's been also almost similar to the community corrections, but trying to see what we can do there for their budgeting as well. I thought this was just an interesting graph. It's a lot on there, but if you see all of these dots are basically where our employees are driving from. And there's actually some farther, like here's Wichita. Now, I will tell you, almost all of these here are EMS. So they are working longer shifts.
Somebody can drive from Kansas City.
Yeah, I clicked on each one to see like what it is. And then the two down here, one is a student like a student position that probably that's their home address. But the other one is a full-time employee. So I don't know, I didn't check to see what their situation is, but.
That's why I wasn't sure, because I didn't see a Chapman dot.
Yeah, what the heck? Am I not an employee?
That's what I thought it was supposed to be. I don't see a Chapman dot.
We don't do station wagons.
So I thought that's what you were trying to show, but I was like, okay, I know a couple that aren't on there.
I know the other one from.
Well, and if you break these down, so like these that say 9, if I go in and I zoom in on that, that's gonna spread that out. And so I don't know where those 9 are exactly coming from. Same here, you can see like these red ones are a ton of people, and this 25 and 18, which makes sense, right? But I just think it's interesting. You've got these outside of Topeka, as far as Kansas City, Wichita. I think sometimes this is just good for, at least for HR to know. We can evaluate whether people are going to be able to be long-term employees based on their drive time, and that's a big commitment. But then you also have to take into consideration the type of job that they're doing.
Their place center things, and that's too.
It is. Yeah. So just an interesting thing to kind of notice. So we worked really hard to get the employees to acknowledge the new policy manual. All of our regular employees have completed that. We're working with fire at this point, and so we've put it out electronically, but Michelle and I will be going to the fire department meetings tonight and then next Thursday as well to kind of just help them get that in person physical copy. Working with this personnel process, you've heard that. Internships across several departments. We've looked at what we're doing for internships and then getting them engaged and hiring them. And then we also work on a consistent ride-along application. So we've got a couple of departments that, minors particularly, but other people want to do ride-alongs with the department. And it might be professional reason, might be for a school project, might just be, hey, I want to know what EMS does. We have that in place, but what we came across is we didn't have a situation for minors. So we didn't have a protection or an authorization for minors. And then also the different departments were doing it differently. Maybe they did have an acknowledgement, maybe they didn't. We weren't telling anybody that, hey, you have to follow code of conduct, you can't be videoing, these other things. So we've been putting that all together, and I think EMS has signed off. And I just recently got it to fire, so they're looking at it. They would probably be our 2 most common ride-along departments, but it would be across for Riley County. So you'll see that once we kind of come to a final draft. And then we are looking at that United Wake fall campaign. I think Commissioner Ford was in touch with Tara, and so he was kind of aware of that. We are a little bit different this year. We're going to be a pace setter campaign, and so we'll go and do ours before our campaign, before the actual kickoff in September, and it's supposed to set the pace for the fundraising campaign. And there is a small work group of 5 people that's going to plan that and work on that, and Amy Mangus is actually heading that. work group, so that's an exciting opportunity. We were able to move the election worker application onto Paylocity, and so now all of our applications, including election workers, are merged into one system, which is a good move for us to get a little bit more consistency and availability. Working with strategic planning retreat, we talked about FLSA, we talked about the firefighters, and then just some upcoming dates. I reminded the department heads that October 14th is a mandatory day, so we're not, it's blacked out for vacation, anything that anyone's planning there, So besides the number of supervisors, anything else that you guys would like to see? All right, I did notice, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but the US Bureau of Labor Statistics put out their monthly quarterly job reports, and job openings have fallen by 300,000 in April, which means they just continue to slow down since that last September of 23 when they were the highest. The other thing that's interesting is the number of people quitting their jobs, it continues to rise, but it's slow, very slow rise, kind of showing that maybe people have a little bit less confidence that there's more opportunity elsewhere and it's easy to get another job. So I think all of that shows stabilization in our labor market, and I think those are good signs to look for. All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioners, Michael Bolt.
Like, yeah.
Commissioners, I was slotted for 5 minutes and Elizabeth used 3 of it, so we will.
You're till,
And you wonder why you get picked on.
you're till 9:30.
You're till 9:30.
You got 10.
Oh, I got till 9:30.
Yeah, you got till 9:30.
You're not obligated to use all.
Oh,
And please don't, because I don't know, you can talk about weeds for 10 minutes, can you?
don't need to talk about.
Oh, damn.
Finally, somebody's ready to talk about.
Yeah,
I even brought pictures, so
Yeah.
this is
All
gonna.
right, well,
you
pictures are
didn't bring
okay.
a sample.
Yeah, well, it's actually maybe considered the new superfood, duckweed. We can touch on that when we get it.
Oh, interesting.
Well, if I will, good morning, Commissioners. Mike Bowler with the Riley County Nautilus Weed HHW update. This is a busy time of year. We've been moving right along with spring spraying, which began in mid-April with our bare ground applications on county roads and spread around both signs and ready trails. And that's going to be completed here probably in about the next week. Rain has delayed that a little bit, but we've had good spray days, so we're moving right along. Solid spraying on county roads began last month with sections 1 and 3, and that's been completed. We divide the county up into 3 sections, spray out 2 sections overlapping, so we get all the county doing that. Spot spraying for musk thistle and field bindweed began this week and will continue during June. Musk thistle is just, I've told you before, Mother Nature dictates that a lot, and I warned, we're going to have a cool, wet spring, and musk thistle is just exploding, so it's a real problem this year. The township contracts and the KDOT contract began this month. We had 7 townships, which is the most we've had in quite some time. It's really kind of the upper level of what we're comfortable taking on in one season. So I've listed the townships there that are on board this year. So it's just one more than we had last year, but we've been consistently at a very high level of the township. So I like to see that participation. And that's, like I said, that's right at about the number that we're comfortable being able to get everything done. So spring seeding projects and county right of ways began in late March. All of those have been completed. County roadside mowing began in late May. There's 3 cycles of mowing that I mentioned last time. We're about 35% complete, which is a little further than we were expected to be. Non-vegetarian. I use the analogy of we in a year mow from about New York City to Los Angeles, California, and to put it in perspective, we just broke outside the entire state of New York. So we're off like a herd of turtles at 3 miles an hour mowing, and we're well on our way to Los Angeles, California. Just to give you an idea, we're actually a little ahead of schedule.
Just make sure to stop and wave when you get to Tuskegee, Kansas.
Yeah, we will. We will. It's a long season. Musk thistle, as I mentioned, is a noxious weed in Kansas. It is at a stage of growth where it's absolutely needing to be sprayed. I've gotten several calls from some landowners and really working diligently to avoid having to do a forced compliance, but I think we're real close on the ground here next week. We may end up doing forced compliance and getting out and spraying it ourselves. Something I like to avoid, and I've still got fingers crossed that they're gonna get it done, but I'm hearing excuse after excuse, so we'll see where that ends up. I didn't complete the agriculture use inspections for the appraiser's office. We do here at the county own ground that is used for ag use. And part of my responsibilities is to ensure what type of ag use that is. We also do crop share programs. And I do things like follow the soybean market and find out that it's not a share, sell our share. I agree. So we're out there, but that's one of them. So if you didn't know, we do have ag ground here. And then we did assist Public Works in controlling the duckweed on county-owned lagoon ponds. This is a very fast-growing plant. It grows in a nitrogen-rich, still or slow-moving bodies of water, which makes lagoons the perfect location. Problem with duckweed is it blankets the entire top of the pond and then chokes out the oxygen level of the water. One benefit it does do is it stops the algae bloom from occurring in duck ponds, but this is what a kind of exploded view of duckweed. It's about the size of a pea. And this is what it looks like when it covers the entire pond. And it replicates, it will double its population in one day. And so it's very prolific growing plant. It's actually very high in protein. Ducks do eat it. And then they do carry it on their feathers and plume, and when they go from pond to pond, they spread it. But they are looking at maybe moving forward, this being a superfood, that because of the rate of growth, that it's actually nutritious to eat it. I would not recommend eating what's coming out of the lagoon pond.
It's a low calorie.
It's very low calorie and very
Low in fat.
Very high.
What's it taste like?
I have not tasted.
Come on, you're out there floating around.
We would like you to
You haven't
report
tried
that
it
at the
yet?
next meeting, what it tastes like.
Yeah. Detailed description of taste, texture,
Yeah.
ways to cook.
It's not very appetizing to look at.
Ew, yeah.
I can share with you on the lagoon ponds, we do use a herbicide. It's very effective against it. One of the requirements as I spray at those, I need to know the depth of the water and basically the cubic gallons or cubic feet of the waterway. And I was very grateful that Public Works has put some permanent depth measurement out there. I have to
White after.
go out there and measure the depth. I was very grateful.
You guys have a drone, don't you?
No,
Access to one?
we potentially could, but in this particular case.
Well, when you do, we want a camera on there because I want to see all of this.
Yeah, I've got a photograph actually on my office wall, and you've been out there
Yeah.
several times. It looks like I'm on duty fishing. I've got a Riley County boat, but I'm out there actually on the lagoon pond with our little boat spraying. So there have been occasions where.
What type of other items duckweed would go with? Would go with steak?
It could. It's-
Did it a salad?
Yeah.
It is a
Caesar salad, chopped salad.
Perhaps we should give it a try. We should. all-
I think you should give it a try first and get back with the rest of us.
Looks like it. I mean,
They're looking for healthy. Michael,
Looking for healthy
look for
snacks.
healthy snacks for our.
Yeah, give us a Elizabeth, give us Elizabeth.
I did.
I think it's going line for duck meat. It's not good. It's awful.
I see the two of you in a small John boat.
John boat, yeah, perfect.
That'd be great.
And you could say it was locally grown, locally and organically grown.
Yes. Anyway, I thought we'd find it interesting. See what duckweed looks like, and we are battling it out there. And we're gonna be more in compliance with KHE once that we get it off of the pond. Duckweed is actually fairly beneficial to the environment, although it does give off high nitrogen levels as well. So on the HHW side, we will be doing a clean out Saturday, June 8th down at Howie's from 8 to noon. Again, that is wildly popular. We're getting a lot of feedback on that. And we are currently out in my 6 years from being here at the HHW, we are out of paint for the first time in 6 years, completely out. But that's a good thing, you know, it means it really, I think we put more paint out there sometimes than Home Depot as far as. And so folks, folks really need it, want it, and use it. Trust me, we're not competing with Home Depot.
I was gonna say, you know where that one goes.
I see the headline this afternoon.
I can as well.
Yeah, no, it is
Raleigh
quality
County.
paint, but if you want a specific color, you'll need to go to. Having said that, it's still wildly popular, and I am grateful to say we are out right. So,
They're gonna get called by Menards.
yeah,
What about us in the hardware stores? What about us?
I stand for any questions. Sure, you may have about.
Oh, boy.
Or if you would like, the next time we go out on the boat and spray it, I would love to have company for.
Is there room for three of us?
Well, not, we don't want to, definitely don't want to tempt us though.
You two together would be a good enough picture of a small boat.
Yeah, well, we'll get a camera and watch it.
Yeah, I've got a.
I'll watch for the
My staff took a photograph of Christmas one year. They blew up a picture of me on this very pond.
I think the next meeting you should bring in some samples of duckweed and you can try them and you can describe what they are.
Well, we all have, but as ground gets more and more taken over by populations, you know, it could possibly sometime in the future be a real reality. So.
High protein, low in calorie, you've got you start buying.
Dandelions,
Thank you.
dandelions.
Yeah, you see,
Since I drive Anderson, let's take that way. On the slopes that came in real well, the bottom, because we got the heavy rains,
Yeah.
it didn't.
Yeah. and-
But the side, the slopes that's coming in, if we just, what you need to hold it.
Sure, yeah.
It's coming in
And
well.
then we've had some really goalie washer.
Yeah.
rains, and it's just.
Nice, for sure.
It's just gonna be, like I said, it'll be a crazy year for us getting vegetation knocked down. I've got some compliments already that we mow this time of year though, and we'll mow and it stimulates the grass. It actually promotes growth. And so there'll be folks that will call and say, well, when are you gonna mow our road? And we literally mowed it 2 weeks from there. So that's how fast.
It's growing really fast.
Out this year. Thank you, Commissioner.
I didn't know mowing stimulated grass. I'm just going to mow.
Yeah, but no, I think that's.
We thought about a concept of self-mowing grass, like
Self-mowing. They have those little Roomba mowers, you know.
Yeah, like trash.
we got Buzz out there on,
Mhm.
or now Buzz too.
They're
Out
on
there on
Buzz,
the
too.
roundabout out there in Scenic Drive.
Thank you, ma'am. Uh-huh. Yep, thank you.
So that was just a handout from that training program that we talked about earlier. So you can see it. Looking into the office, presentation. So. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning again, commissioners. Here we're ready to talk again about the procedures manual. We had, from what I'm tracking, we have two processes that we are left to discuss, and one of them is the new expanded position request, and the other one is the remote and hybrid work authorizations. So here, and you've seen this, but here is what we are proposing for the hybrid or remote work eligibility. The idea here is to give everyone kind of a guidance on which positions could be allowed or would be typically allowed to work either in a hybrid situation where they're allowed to go occasionally work from home, meaning some sort of situation where they're half and half or completely remote. And I do have those definitions here. So the occasional, where most of our departments, not all, but many of our departments are doing this occasional at this point, when there's some reason someone works from home for a day or works offsite for a day. There are one or two departments that have either a hybrid or remote situation. It's not generally our full-time jobs, but things that, like in the health department, some of the projects that they do, like the driving injured children, opioid programs, things like that, are mostly remote. So this gives us a definition of that and then works through the characteristics that would typically be eligible or not eligible for remote work. And so I know you guys got a chance to look at this, but basically there's two things that we examine. We examine the position and those job duties, And we examine, and we also examine the person, and whether that person is a good fit for remote work as well. And when we talk about this, the department heads, several people say, yeah, I'm not that person. I'm not good at that. And that's the truth. We're not all good at being at home and not being distracted and staying on task and, balancing those two worlds. And some people are. So, on the other hand, we know, all of us probably know someone who's permanently remote at this point, working in our families or extended colleagues. And sometimes we had got a couple stories yesterday, so sometimes those are successful and sometimes not. And what I reminded the department heads is that comes back to management. So we have to make sure that we are reviewing this and minimally every year. And it starts with HR and the department head going through the job descriptions and saying, okay, these are generally eligible. These jobs are typically not eligible. And then going through this whole process that we've laid out there. And the department head would not, by him or herself, be able to overrule a non-eligible position working remotely. So for example, if I wanted my receptionist to work remotely and the main job is greeting people, the department head wouldn't say, well, that's what I want and I don't know where that. That would be a conversation. But they could say no to anyone. So I think there's like Fort Riley, their entire human resources department are remote. That is not something that either Rich or I think is going to be successful at Riley County. And so if, someone else said, yeah, you should be working remote, Rich would go right that. Does that make sense? So thoughts, questions, anything I didn't cover in kind of that review. It takes a little work, but it will get us organized and give us some guide rails.
Because we didn't have any, there was no guidelines at all present.
No, currently our policy, just basically, it's a couple paragraphs, but it basically states the department head can decide depending on the job duty of the person. But it doesn't give anybody any guide rails for consistency across the.
Yeah, there's one up in the shaded part of the hybrid. It says something about Fridays. Why would Friday be a different?
Oh, I think those are all examples. So those are like an example of a way you can make a hybrid work week.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that was a policy that they could work on
No,
Fridays.
and I don't even know. Yeah, so all of that in the far right is examples. So like an employee that works from home during designated hours to support some childcare need.
Okay.
There are organizations who say, okay, well, I know you need to come in an hour late every day because your childcare drop off isn't this, and so that you can work from home for an hour or whatever. Some employees work from home every Friday or every Monday or something like that. Yeah, but it's not, those are examples.
Oh, okay, because I thought it seemed
What happened?
arbitrary.
Yeah, no, I think the idea is to let people understand what occasional hybrid or remote means.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now I had a couple of things too. Are you finished? On the ongoing under hybrid, you talk about specific childcare need or arrangement. Does that include like arrangements like with senior parents? Shouldn't it state that childcare or other
Dependent care.
dependent
Yeah, just
care
dependent
rather
care.
than just
Yeah,
arrangement?
definitely can do
Yeah.
that.
I thought it, some.
I actually thought it did too.
Kind of
Yeah,
what
it
we
does.
talked about. I said, a child or a spouse, potentially, or a parent.
As examples, but that will make it more clear.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought that needed to be cleared
That's
up.
a good idea.
And then I had one other thing after that.
Okay,
Is the, do you have the software to monitor employees? Because the federal government does, and some other companies do have software that they can go and make sure that that person is actually working those hours.
They think they do.
Log in.
Yeah.
I don't, that's a big thing in remote work.
so it can be. We actually discussed this yesterday, and Corey and I think we're of the same mind on this, is that is a management situation. And so there's having a software program that measures keystrokes or measures, we talked about how much your mouse moves, is really just basically you should have that employee working remote. If you need that, if Rich says, yes, Elizabeth, you work remote, but I don't trust that you're actually working, then you shouldn't let me work remote.
Yeah.
To be honest, it comes back to the manager seeing the productivity. Am I being effective in my job duties? And I'm not a big fan of those software programs.
There are mouse shakers and keystroke makers.
Yeah.
And Corey, I was laughing because we had a lengthy discussion over this, and remote work creates more work for every department head you're looking at management wise.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And I'm sorry, as everyone knows, it's no surprise, I'm old fashioned. We work for the taxpayers. They want service. The only way for us to really give them service is to be present to give them service. There are instances, I agree, with illness and dependence, but
Yeah.
I think taking the
Should be
taxpayers'
rare.
money, we need to be very careful with that.
Agreed.
and I just want to be clear, I'm using myself as an example because Rich and I are both in the room. I'm not advocating to work remote or hybrid. I mean, there's instances certainly, you know, when I've not come in or worked from home, but I don't want you to think that that's the example. These are all just trying to kind of paint the picture of what we'd be talking about.
I see this, this is gonna have to be refined several different times. I mean, I think you're gonna have to look at it. You're gonna have to review it more than one time a year.
Your IT director said if you adopt this, IT is not going to monitor all this for you.
No.
We don't-
Because
No, that's what he was saying to us department heads. We don't have the time or staff to do
No.
the keystrokes and the mouse
Well, it's
movements.
Well,
There's so many ways around it.
Well, it's just, but also it's just, are they getting their work done? And all?
Yes.
But then that's the whole.
That's what I've been saying.
The productivity itself should be able to gauge whether or not you're actually getting there. I mean, you're
And
Yes.
if the word, yeah.
And we were so clear about that with the department heads, and I don't think anybody was confused or, I mean, how we do it, your mindset has to change. Rich isn't wrong. It's different and it's more because you're not able to go over and see, but it's done it successfully in many examples.
I'm
Now,
not-
it
I'm
has
not-
to be managed.
seeing this policy like changing to the degree where like 25% of our workforce is now gonna all of a sudden go remote because of this. I mean, I just think that you have to have something in place, some guidance for what little bit that we do, if we don't. And I've seen
Yeah.
post-COVID now or post-pandemic, however you want to look at that, that we've been very confused about how to even progress just when somebody's sick or just in a very temporary status. And we just need some kind of a foundation in place that's provides a little bit of consistency and, you know,
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
they-
you need the policy, but it's a rarely used policy, I hope.
Well, and they need direction from you on those points, right? So the
Yeah.
department heads need consistency because there's some department heads saying, well, yeah, of course, we can always do that. We've been doing that all along. And there's the department heads saying, no, the commissioners haven't said that we can even allow anybody to work from home. And there's no guide rails on it. And so, yes, that is what we need. And we can state that in the policy that, you know, Riley County is not, it's not our base. It's not our expectation that people work remotely.
That's a good point, Greg, and it probably something that isn't in here that needs to be clear. And that's, we talk about other counties and stuff and how they operate. And Elizabeth we just had this discussion yesterday. It starts at the top. They're not getting good direction from their commissioners who are at the top. There's no consistency. The commissioners don't agree or haven't given the direction. And so it does start with you at the top, relaying that message. You can't relay it to every person, so you do it through policy.
Yeah, and that's good. I think you're right. That is our culture. We don't expect remote work. Let's state it.
It needs to be, okay, put something in there saying this is a.
I think so.
I think
Since
this-
you all are in agreement with that, and that's the message I'm
Well,
getting.
that's what we need to know if you're all in agreement with that. Or two of you.
Work too.
Well, you know, there's no need for space if everybody's remote. Yeah. Where are people gonna go to get services? So that's like. a good thing.
I asked John how his custodians were gonna work remote. He said their houses would be very clean.
That's an example of fun. That's probably not able to live their homes.
well, I mean, if you were working, you did have 50% of your people working, you'd probably have a need for less custodians to begin with. I'm not saying that's what we're
That's right.
doing, but I mean,
Yeah,
that's an example of how that would work if you
Yeah.
chose to shift to that model. We're not choosing to do that, but in the
in certain
necessary,
circumstances.
sometimes necessary
I'm sure there are
example where we need to do that right.
items
Yeah.
We just don't have anything in place that provides some vision and some consistency. And I think this maybe isn't perfect. We may have to refine it a few times, but it's a starting point. And that's
Yeah,
while we're going through this process of procedure, we needed a starting point. I thought that was clear.
And Rich, Michael's would be the same way. Their lawns would really be nice.
He would have no duck weed at his.
Or you have plenty of time at home to cook some duckweed and be able to tell us that virtually.
Just so it doesn't come from the lagoons.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
You never know,
It's larger duck.
it might
better
taste
fertilizer.
better or it might taste crappier. I don't know. That's for you, Vivian.
I think it's gonna be a while before you have to say with your sandwich or pull the duckweed.
You never know. Chipotle and others in there are always looking for new natural ingredients. They call it clean eating, and I've never understood that word. Yeah. Anyway,
Even less.
we're getting off topic.
Yeah.
So besides those two adjustments, not dependent, not childcare, dependent care, and that this is an exception, expectation of no non-remote work. Anything else you want to see? Rich, would you think of, motion on this particular process, or, I mean, they're shaking their heads, yes, but how do you?
To adopt this, yeah, they need a motion to adopt them, but it sounded like Commissioner McKinley wanted some language added.
Yeah.
That's what she said, a couple, well, on the childcare dependent care.
Childcare independent
Mhm.
care.
Yeah.
Those revisions.
Okay, all right. And then the second one on the docket is the new position request and justification. So just as a reminder, currently and historically, what we've had is basically two sentences that say that department heads need to bring new position requests during the budget cycle. This doesn't change that, but it adds a lot of process to it that we're doing, but it's not transparent. It's not necessarily being presented consistently to commissioners. So we talked about required documentation. I sent this out again to you on Tuesday evening, and we added this clause, so with the department unfilled position for extended period of time. And we added this to have the kind of prior notice. So as long, one thing I had been discussing is that really department heads don't come the day before the budget presentation and say, hey, by the way, I want a new position. We've been discussing that probably since the time the budget season closed the last time. I'm like, okay, well, here's how I'm gonna do this year. I might need new staff next year. Here's what we're trying to work out and balance. So the suggestion was made that I just simply add that to my monthly update so that you're aware, like, hey, we're working with X department on these potential
I
requests.
did like that.
Yeah.
Keep us informed.
Mhm.
Yes, yeah. So, other than that, I think this will give you, it'll show you what department heads are needing to justify before they even get to you. And it'll also put it more in the kind of comparable, like you'll have similar information from each department. It's never gonna be just an easy cut and dry checklist, this yes, this no, because you have such varying departments. And you guys have to decide which budgetary amount is gonna make the most impact for your county citizens, but does this give us a little bit more, again, consistency and transparency?
I think so.
I think you know where I'm at already, so I'm just,
John, you said you wanted to just approve all position requests, is that what?
I don't know what planet you're on. Definitely not the one I'm on.
No, yeah,
No, I think the couple of things here I think are worthy to note too is if we have a department that's struggling with a particular position and it's been unfulfilled for an extended period of time, it's important to start reviewing that and understanding why that is and the nature of needing another position necessarily. Does that work with that particular position or not? And there's some things along the way that we're gonna have to look at and start doing a little bit differently. It allows for that. There's some depth to this now where it hasn't been before. And understand both fiscal impact, internal impact, and just logistics that I think are important in the process. And I've struggled since day one of just not knowing what that process actually is and that discussion actually is. And it's because we get to the start of the budget and it's like, oh, here, we need this position. And it's been discussed all along, but we're the ones making the decision on it, but we're not getting any information about what that discussion is and why until then. And we get maybe 2 or 3 times along the process to actually discuss it. Here, we're part of it in real time and I'm not saying that is a yes or a no, but at least we know what's going on. And if we're ultimately making the decision, because in the end, we've got to answer for that. We're responsible for that, you know? So I think that's important. I don't typically like micromanaging things, but I mean, at the same time, I like to know kind of what's going on as it's going on. I mean, it's terrible to hear from somebody that, oh, they're deciding to do this, this, and this, and you don't even know that that's happening. Personnel is the biggest part of our budget for the most part. And I just think we need to be able to know those things up front.
So I will just kind of piggyback off of that. You know, Rich and I talk a lot about roles. You know, this is my first local government role. And so how, you know, what is the role of the commissioner and then the department heads and human resources? And one of the things that I struggle with is that what John referred to as, what he referred to as micromanagement, right? So I know you guys have to make the budget and you have to, you know, overview the policy and give direction. But on the same time, if we had you involved in every conversation that they have about staffing, that's just gonna stagnate the process. So we have to find a balance where you're aware and you can ask the question, but not necessarily in that decision, because you're looking at these department heads, they really should be held responsible to manage the services that you've put before them, and that includes the staffing. Not saying that everybody should have free rein on budget, but there is that balance, right? And I don't understand that it would be appropriate for you all to be involved in every staffing decision.
No,
No.
you got the whole list of all that stuff. I don't see, I don't.
That just shows that it's consistent. We all know we're on the same
But
page.
everybody's looking at stuff, and just let us know, yeah, we're looking at this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if we have questions on a particular one, it's fine, but
Then it's
I
on
don't
each
want
one
to,
of
I
us
don't want
to
to have
talk
to
to
review
you.
every detail of every,
Yeah, I agree.
as it goes.
Yeah, and I just don't think it's efficient, and that's why you have these department heads, so.
And then it would be up to us if we have questions or concerns
Yes.
individually to meet with you and or a department head to have that discussion, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I know that ahead of time, and then they can kind of be working in the back of your mind and you. Yeah, the intention is for most of these things to still come to you during the budget procedure, right? But we will have those regular kind of updates of these are what we're looking at along the way. So you'll have that kind of tickler saying, okay, yeah. I
So
gotta
it isn't
figure
just
out.
a drop, oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, the one that we had just presented to us, several weeks ago, or a month ago, was good, and it was very limited. There was good reasons for those positions, and I'm assuming that you kind of used these guidelines before you brought them before us. So,
yeah, and that's the thing, it's
That was-
interesting because yes, we're doing this, and yet, no, you didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just blatantly known, you know, and so it's not actually new. The department heads have had to justify and really think through their positions all along. But this is giving you that sense of, hey, here's how decisions are being presented to you to be made to your level.
I think that worked well. This is working, it looks like
Yeah,
it's working.
and this will just give you more consistency, I think, for you to judge. Yeah, I mean,
Written.
if department heads would ask for every position that they would like to ask for, it
Sure,
would have been a bit more extended.
that was pretty limited.
Yeah, no, they really do analyze. I know it's an easy critique to say they just ask for positions and you all just ask for, personnel, but
We don't.
it's not accurate, yeah. Okay, so does this one look good as is? To start, I mean, John's not wrong. Every policy procedure needs to be evaluated as we use it. But we gotta start somewhere.
I think this looks good. Just,
Okay, so Rich, would it be appropriate to have a motion for this process and then just bring back the two ends?
You could if you wanted, or,
I mean, I'd like to just knock this one more piece off, if that's okay with you all.
yeah, that's okay with.
Well, why can't we just make a motion for both of them and just say with the edit?
Yeah.
And bring the edit at the next meeting.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
way they
I'm
can see it.
very clear on what it is they want, so.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
No, so why we can't just do it now?
As amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wish to accept the two processes which is this going into? Procedure, what's
Yeah, the
Yeah.
processes, yeah, that's right, process remote work.
the procedures manual? I can't remember which one it is called. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, these two adjustments as amended to the procedures manual.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the two county procedure manuals updates as amended to the position manual. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, commissioners. We'll also be happy not to continue.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Elizabeth. This has been a lot of work, trust me.
Yeah. See that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just these last two, I'm just talking the whole policy procedure thing.
Oh, yeah.
Not work. Oh, the name's Andrew Fry.
Is he back in the office?
No, he is not. He is not. He's not yet. He probably will be.
I'm trying to remember.
It was a motion for all three executive sessions.
Good deal. Thank you.
Sure, and I got the number at the top. Carefully typed.
Libertarian.
Okay, Ken.
University was president of. and
It'll help Cindy.
Obviously.
She obviously knows to call me if she has questions.
Yeah,
To figure it out. You just stunned that it's over.
Yeah, I just didn't know to do that.
Now, that what you do, is wander around and supervise.
Wander around, no.
Wandering through the complex again.
I mean, that could happen. No, it's- So Lindsay, I don't need a copy. of it. You did that one. Or would I do can't we see legal now?
Please do. Okay. When are you gonna bring it back?
Well, I don't know, I think I'm not bringing them back. I mean, I'm bringing them.
Well, I don't know. It's been boys.
So they haven't put her in her chair, right?
Yeah. Questions about the subject.
We're very touchy.
Because they're gonna find.
Well, they're literally all of it.
He's number one.
Handwritten.
It's like that difference, just in most considered. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Figured out.
I've changed it. Which way? Right.
Evans and.
It's, well, you know, two options. I can see them, here, but yeah, they were like, we're gonna, in your registration, you get a ISO stage binder. Almost 30 years from now, it seems like. But. You can't think like, I just sell it. Because maybe good. If they want to be yeah, they. Yeah, but if it's updates and changes, yeah, I mean, that's what's part of that, I don't know how to change it, it's like organized machine.
I know.
Yeah.
I did have a conversation with you.
I was just thought.
Yeah, because I'm not perfect. Please guard it into the phone. It's like,
It's like,
and I would like to. Share something like this.
That's kind of how we're doing it.
I'm here.
I mean, I've been doing this since 2013.
But everybody in all my shows had like some cool stylish thing. Yeah, and like, there's one of them. Well, yeah, I know. Yes, and then, oh yeah, cause yeah, she's just really nerdy. Yeah, you know, and like I. This guy.
They called and I got off the phone about the
Security is. It makes her. Very good outside.
And you learn from that.
Good.
I feel that it's a big hug. It is, but I don't think about like this, like in school.
So you're totally enthusiastic. This is trying to get slightly good. Oh,
That's cool, good. Yeah.
World looks good. Yes,
I think it's gonna get complicated. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's summer. So I think that's great, and I think you can just kind of give them that same thing and you can start saying, okay, nice. You know, because we know some of the things we talked about, July, August.
It's just, it's essentially not like it. It's just.
Yes.
I mean, I do this, I saw the things that are good.
Yeah, you guys.
Opportunity to go out there.
I just.
Yeah, I just think if she could, you know,
It's not that.
I know that's.
I don't know, organize anything,
Yeah.
my kids were this way, so, you know.
I did just month long. Something different. Yeah, I mean, it's give everybody ideas, and I would say I would just be more.
I think I find one of the questions that they don't
Let's see,
I don't even get a request for an
and-
answer.
Doable, bring it back on board. But yeah,
Maybe it's-
that'll be good, just keep me up to date, and then I'll join the next one, and do stuff.
Perfect. You know, it's starting to this year, and I'll, you know,
But no, you don't go. It's practically a pro now.
well.
I mean,
have to do something once first.
well, yeah, but then you gotta wait, I mean, there's not that many people involved, really, I mean, so. I mean, between you and John Ford and me and maybe Vivian, that was, anybody else knows important to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Clancy.
Morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Riley County Councilor. As a commission agenda report, you have before you indicate, these contract documents involving what I'm calling, just for clarity's sake, the roundabout project. That's my term, as the car says, what the state is calling. But you know the location, to the north. And, the ongoing project, to create a roundabout, that intersection of those two highways. The two roads. This is a good example of good work by the departments involved, both Public Works and volunteer fires. Early on, they reviewed the request, decided that the request by KDOT for this permanent easement did not create a problem for the county. It would be good for the project, obviously, and so therefore was supporting. That's why, but there was the background work that they did to make sure that it was not going to have a detrimental impact on the county, made it possible to present you these documents, which were provided, documents provided by the requesting state agency. And what it involves, the essence of it is a purchase price offered by KDOT for the permanent easement of across county owned property adjoining Fire Station 112. In the amount of just under $2,000. That's described in the fiscal impact, and you'll see that number in some of the documents there in front of you. What you've got is an easement document, a contract for purchase that's for your signature, and I don't remember what the thing was, but they're attached as examples. The card is, and that's one reason why I contacted you initially. We had at the time that this was prepared, unfortunately, a requirement that we see my handwriting on one of these. which probably was a little disconcerting.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta ask
Yeah, I
one
call it.
question. You're saying 113 or 13?
112.
That's the fire station. I'm talking,
112 is the station.
right. But I'm talking the highway. 113 is Setchild's, isn't it?
So it's K-13 is where the fire.
K-13.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, all right.
It's listed as 113, which is Setchild's. We're on Highway 13.
It is.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
Again,
which one is it? The one by the dam or
The
the,
dam.
the dam one? Yeah, okay.
That's the advantage of calling it the roundabout project. There's no.
But what is the state
roundabout.
calling it? Just for
I'm sorry.
curiosity, what is the state calling it?
I have no idea.
Well, they got a project number, but I couldn't tell you that.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
It's a long number.
I don't know.
It
I've
does-
seen the project number through NPO and I don't know what it is either off the top of my head. Okay.
Yeah, they're fans of long number numerical designations.
And believe it or not, both projects have two different numbers. It's not the same number. Even though they're doing the project at the same time.
Is, my guess is if it's two separate projects, they'll let them at the same.
Yeah.
time. And then,
They'll start one of them and then.
well, they'll combine them into one project.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I think, last I heard, the idea was they're gonna build them both at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
Even more.
is gonna be terrible. We're seeing convenient at the. Be more convenient, right?
Yeah, that chunk of highway will be closed.
Yeah.
Or whatever, what, a year and a half or something, probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I do want to thank the two departments involved. It was very cooperative, enabled us, as the car indicates. John and I had a discussion. KDOT, he led the way, wasn't me, to evaluate the legal description.
Who was that?
John. He's the one that actually,
Who are you working with at KDOT?
It was,
contractor.
also, it's a consultant hired to do.
Ryan,
Oh, okay, Downey. Ryan Downey.
no. I don't know that I've got on anything that's attached to this either. But
No, he was out in Nebraska.
that's right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what they did, but. He was very cooperative and was good. Initially, we thought there might be an issue with the actual description because it looked like it might extend beyond what it actually did.
And it kind of knows found, basically errors in your GIS system. I think,
They did not have the information. Right now was available, so, but it works. And it won't interfere with it. But it was a good discussion. Russell was good about analyzing, but as I said, whether or not it was actually detrimental to the county or not, no good reason not to. You know, not an opportunity to make a financial killing, certainly, and under $2,000, but a fair price. So,
Don't spend that much checking in.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. if it was Normal cost per acre.
Yeah, well, and again, it is an easement. It's not, we still own it, so the land itself is still ours.
Just expanding the back slope or something into that area.
Well,
Is it along 13 or is it along?
Or drainage.
Because that's the other
also-
thing. You didn't would have liked
Yeah.
to see the map of where it is. So
Well, I don't think they have it, they don't have it completely designed. So the biggest struggle with that project isn't gonna be getting the easement on our end, it's gonna be getting the easement on the south end.
Yeah.
It always is. We're a little bit.
Well, no, we got-
to
We've got a map of what we're selling, of what this easement, there's a drawing somewhere.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's gotta be.
so basically the
Okay,
so basically the easement was to improve and ensure the drainage on the project, so that there's a creek.
There's a creek
running
in
there
there,
runs from well, the northwest to south. Staying on the north side of the highway, so northwest to east. And as they improve that box, they put a little retention or a little increase the depth of the creek and aligned it with rock to ensure the drainage comes across there and keeps it from filling. And the permanent easement part was so they can maintain that drainage across the highway.
Also, in looking at that, yeah, our station isn't on our property.
No.
The station's on top of that property.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that house. Look, I pulled up the map to look to see what this was.
So the easement is basically right here. This corner. So this is the sewer lagoon that's on our property. Or the fire station that's on the Corps of Engineers property that's we lease.
Oh, okay.
Before we.
We need more parties involved. in this.
Yes.
We own the station, but lease the ground, which is what a lot of our fire stations are. A lot of them are on township property.
Actually, kind of.
And, you know, with a 99-year lease or whatever.
We got a mix. Of how it works, but
That's, I was just wondering which corners it or which piece they were taking. So
Yeah.
they're gonna, there's a box, that are box.
There's a box under here, and they're gonna improve some of the drainages to ensure that the water stays within this area.
Keeps going right, right.
And not, my guess is to not come in here and start washing around the big.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense. So that's what it is, they're purchasing an easement in this area to improve this piece of the creek. To help their drainage and protect the highway.
appreciate it.
What is the projected time we're going to start this project?
Last, I've been told is, bid, it's like October, November this year. And so
Next year.
you got a month or two of contract signing, and my guess is early spring, there'll be, or maybe more certain.
I heard March of next year is what I heard, and I don't
March
know which part they're
25.
gonna, which part they're gonna start. That's why the city went ahead and started Kimball and Dennison early to have that done and out of the way before they started over there. So. Like I said, I don't know if they're gonna start on 1/13 first or 13 first, but they're gonna do them both at the same time.
Yeah, look, my first thing is probably we'll get them to close the whole highway down and start tearing stuff up. The detour, official detour for KDOT is right, Tuttle Creek, Fort Riley, Setchow.
All the way around.
All the way around.
They're not gonna designate any other county or city roads because I don't think they're gonna wanna help out, participate in repairs and build them before or after. Probably. Not that that's not gonna be an unofficial detour, but
I was saying,
No, we're just gonna
truck
push,
traffic will go around there, but the locals will figure out.
it'll be more or less.
Prime example of how I'll get to use the remote work policy for until the project's done. So
Oh, yeah. Be against it till it finishes itself. We see how that goes. You hear that? Yeah.
Because you'll still be able to
Maybe
get,
some substations.
you'll still be able to get from TCB to Seth Child. That'll stay open. You just won't be able to go from Seth Child to 13.
No.
no,
Setchild will be closed right there too. You'll have to go back up to 402.
To get to
Next to the
24.
shops, right?
yeah, I mean,
They told.
eastbound traffic has to use Setchow to go into town. Westbound traffic is gonna have to go around to get out. So
But still upset Child to TCB.
They can't get to 24.
yeah,
What are the trucks going to do?
They'll have to use the KDOT one.
And what are they gonna do for this? Tuttle Cove Road? Are they gonna?
That's
Well, they're gonna have
That's
to.
gonna be a
bust it
mess.
down.
They're gonna have to go up and take Barnes probably and come back out and they're gonna.
they'll still have access
Right.
to 13 from the east.
That's what I'm saying. When they come to Manhattan, they're gonna have to go across the dam and around.
No, I think
Or are they gonna have to?
they're still getting access from there to the east.
So they're gonna get some kind of a,
They can go to
Because
the.
the roundabout is getting shifted from the center of the intersection down the roundabout, it's getting shifted slightly west.
okay,
So what I was told in the meeting I was in, that like station 112 will still be able to get in and out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
so that little intersection right there will still be technically
Yeah, 13.
open to non-through traffic.
Yeah, 13 will stay open
I wasn't.
to TCB,
And 113 stays.
to TCB, but not in, so there'll be north and south traffic, doesn't touch on to from TCB. Going west towards the county shops or coming from the county shops, but you just can't get from South Child to 13.
Okay,
Yes. Then the whole bypassing going around the town doesn't
Part
work
of
to get to
that.
24.
Traffic control, I think, with this project is setting up a temporary traffic signal at Seth Challenge. So
that'll actually be good. That'll actually be good.
some of that issues we had last time, they had last time. And it's to help control some of that. Sorry, Clancy.
Given them the detail, I can't do it.
I haven't heard really any specific detail on how all that was gonna work. Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have. Be glad to direct them up here. Just you have other ones.
Wait till they sit down and we'll bring them.
Okay, that's fine. Works for me.
Well, I think it's pretty clear we need to do the easement.
Yeah.
Amongst everything else.
I appreciate the details of where exactly showing.
But then again, we're still early in the process and all that can still change, so just be mindful of that.
Yeah, gotta be pretty close.
You got engineers and lawyers involved.
Yeah.
Oh. Now the lawyer's gonna be involved in that. All right. I would just ask that you go ahead and authorize signature of those documents that are available.
Okay, let's see. I would make a motion that the board approve the documents presented authorizing the purchase of permanent easement as described for $1,837.50.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, the board to approve the documents presented authorizing purchase of the permanent easement described for $1,837.50. Could I have extra zero in there if I wanted to?
Oh, go right ahead.
Just all those in favor?
All right,
Aye.
all three sign, please.
Thank you.
I was trying, help you out, make you guys some money.
That's them, I don't get any of that.
Did you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Signatures.
Hey, Amanda. As soon as I'm done signing this, could I actually talk to you and Bob real quick? Okay. And just get it down instead of tomorrow. Okay.
Now you've done it, Bob.
Run, Bob, run.
Bob just heard his phone ringing.
Well, you can tell him I'll call back later. Oh, here, let's just, we're good.
Well, I've got one more.
You're all right, I can sign.
I
got plenty of time.
Okay.
And it's 4 inches up.
I had talked to him. Sure he was.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how many, every one of them.
To the states and bonds. Yeah.
Yeah,
33 copies.
it's ridiculous.
It would be a big problem.
That's a right.
All that money. All that budget.
Well, that budget, I don't do it.
It's at the end of
We should admit
Man, those hundreds of people. All nobody bumping each other.
States, what's copies, don't they?
Yeah, I gotta admit, that's more me than them. Because everybody always says, you know, oh, we just need one scanned copy.
Just kidding.
And then I hear back.
Maybe.
I don't know what you do.
And it's not just the
I
state.
mean, I know what you do, but I don't track it.
I like to blame them for what's really their fault. Bad.
No one ever understands. They go home, deliver.
And they were good to work with on this section.
Yeah, I'm sure. South of that. South of that.
We seen these.
Challenge.
Yes, we see these. As we'd expect. Anyone in that situation.
I'm guessing there is that other exit on Florida Dune. That's probably having that used to getting out of it. Darrow's, he's gonna be working for a while.
Probably figures in the conversation. Yeah.
I don't have
Not that she finished. She doesn't have any more. Yeah, you guys have nice time.
He's begging.
Coming in the room and here he is on me.
She guys coordinate that today?
We talked about it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
Department of things. So that's what she did.
Discuss dress coders. Dress.
Okay.
Is everyone great?
Yeah. I knew I should have showered this morning.
I think they just saw an opportunity to get the heck out of it.
Yeah. Big break.
Number one from this, I'll say the other on this.
We were not sure.
Ready, Kevin?
That was kind of very right.
10 point. Oh, two in between there.
Oh, sure.
Oh, missed that.
Two more things before we.
Yeah, people just know, I'm gonna actually. I'm like, over there, that's crazy, and I'm gonna tell them, no, just know, I'll be on the cloud. I know all of it, so I know.
Sorry, Rich.
You're okay. Ready, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Rich Barber, County Clerk. Before you, Commissioners, in your packet, you see the request to fill the Human Resources part-time clerical assistant. If you remember back on the new positions requested for 2025, this is the position that I've requested to eliminate and replace with the full-time position of the Human Resources Assistant. That total cost for a year was $67,346, as presented to you on that day, which would be an increase over this year's budget of $51,183. So, given K-State baseball doing so well this year, I'm going to throw all of you a curveball today. The curveball is I would like for the board to consider approving that full-time position for the remainder of this year within the clerk's existing budget. As I spoke to originally, Commissioners, this position in human resources become highly dependent upon. This position is the one that's contacting all the departments regarding scheduling of interviews, contacting candidates, many times reaching back out to candidates. It's been a position that we've become highly dependent on, and it's been one that has been very difficult to keep fulfilled on a regular basis. And so if you just grant the request for the part-time position, more than likely I'll be back by the end of the year in the same scenario again. And so it's a vitally critical component within our office right now, but even given that the elections department is supposedly going to be moving out July 1st, by July 1st, hopefully, if not by the middle of July, it would help with staff with the phones in the front office as well for this position to be full-time. All the respective divisions, those that are going to be remaining at 110 Courthouse Plaza and elections, are all realizing there's going to be growing pains in not having so many people to rely on and cover in different areas that really aren't elections or human resources. We just all kind of cover for each other in the office. And so the most critical part, the part that we feel will be the weakest in the transition, is the upfront customer service next door. So at the risk of losing both requests, I do need it at a minimum part-time. It would be much more beneficial at full-time at this point for the remainder of the year, knowing that I had Brittany pull some numbers for me, and I will manage it somehow within the existing clerk's budget if the full-time would be approved. And that would be at about an additional $30,000 for the remainder of this year. By the time we advertise for full-time or get interviews scheduled, they possibly have to give 2 weeks. It'd be probably the 1st of July before we get someone on board. So for this year, it'd be approximately about a $30,000 increase, but no increase in ad valorem taxes because it's within the existing clerk's budget. So I would ask all of you to entertain that thought.
But it is in the plan, or it was in the presented thing for a full-time position.
It was presented for 2025, which the board has not approved at this point.
For me, I'm not making plans to approve it for 25. So I'm not gonna make any plans to approve it full-time here, but I'll continue to approve it on the part-time basis.
Yeah, that's my thoughts too. Still looking the list of other positions. Like I said, look at all of them, not just one.
I mean, it's already there. It's not going to be any more on the budget for this year, whether or not you can maintain it or not as a full-time position for 24. But
Yeah.
I'm not making plans on improving that for 25, so I'm not going to approve it for 24.
Yeah, no, I just had to throw it out there.
Okay.
I just had to throw it out there because, and also to help the board recognize this is the position that we are talking about eliminating if the one for 2025 is approved.
Right.
So it's twofold. We could really use the help now for the remainder of the year, but if not, this would be the position we would do away with if the full-time is approved.
So you would not move this person into the full-time position anyway?
This person has left, so it's vacant, so that's on.
I mean, hiring somebody.
Yeah, correct. We never know. If we get someone that's part-time, they potentially could, if they work out being really good and are wanting full-time employment, they could possibly. It would depend on their qualifications and how satisfied we are with their work.
It would be hard though. I mean, this position is $15 an hour
Mhm.
and it's 19 hours a week. And it's listed as needed. I mean, for the person who wants to become full-time, it would be an unusual job for them to apply for the next 6 months. I'm not saying we wouldn't consider it if that was the case, but it would be a very unique situation.
Mhm.
They have the opportunity to apply, just like everyone else.
Okay.
And many times in many positions, we hire people that are well overqualified for the position, so there's always a possibility.
I move the board, I move to approve the position of part-time HR clerical assistant for the clerk's office.
Second. So we moved and seconded to move ahead with the part-time HR clerical assistance position. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your time. Signature, that one.
Yeah.
All three signed. That's for the part-time.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. This is just here for approval of purchase over $20,000 as required. These monies are in our budget. This is for the purchase of 2 network area storage devices. The manufacturer's Nexan, it's their company we work with for several others of these we purchased. The purpose of them for what we use is they store our backups. Our backups are growing. The actual device we have now is full. We're doing an overflow to a secondary device. But we just need to stay ahead of the growth of Riley County and our data. The reason for 2 of them is we do an off-site backup. This location out to Public Works, that's our disaster recovery site. And out at our disaster recovery site, that unit, the device we have out there has been undersized for a while. And so it's time to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves adequately, especially with growth in areas of, the new EMS building, elections, rules and regulations coming through for elections and our retention times on those. And some of those are very lengthy, 18 months to even 2 years on some of the things that we have to store and have readily available in case we're audited. So this is critical infrastructure for Riley County and what we do. The monies are already in my 2024 budget. So I'm just asking for your approval to move forward to use those monies.
Fine with that. Yeah. I can see it.
Now, I'd make a motion to allow IT GIS to proceed with this purchase.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to allow ITGIS to proceed with this purchase. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you, Gordon.
I'll head back and look for my Cooking with Michael Bowler YouTube channels.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's
good.
good.
It's good. I like that.
Put that out back in the dial.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Exactly.
Now we're ready to start
You
with our
are.
interviews. Okay.
Okay. Well, I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session to discuss confidential data relating to financial affairs or trade secrets of corporations, partnership, trusts, and individual proprietorships during an interview of a representative or representatives of Stantec Consulting Services, a potential consultant for update of the Riley County Comprehensive Plan. With Clancy Holman, County Councilor, Brian Parker, Deputy County Councilor, attorneys for the commission. A discussion which would also be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. An additional exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, the open meeting to resume in the county chambers at 11:30. Amanda Webb, Planning Development Director, Bob Isaac, Planning, and Vivian Leyva, Public Information Officer. Members of the Consultant Selection Committee will also be present.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that.
I didn't second it.
Oh.
I would second that.
Just trying to get us moving along, sorry. Go ahead and. Okay, I just need to know why we're going into executive session. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that the Board of County Commission move into executive session to discuss confidential data relating to financial affairs or trade secrets of corporation partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships. With the County Commission, with the Board of County Commission meeting, but resuming back in the County Commission chamber at 11:30 a.m. All in favor?
Aye.
The only hesitation.
Buddy.
I'm sitting here going, oh, my card's on the back of it.
Yeah, no, I always just plop down with whatever chair's here. Thanks.
Somebody with their colleague gets it.
Okay. I move the board of county commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
We moved and seconded that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. No, we don't vote. We go into the second one, so right now it's non-binding.
Well, you gotta vote
Well,
on
you
that
gotta
motion.
vote, yeah,
You gotta vote on that motion.
Oh,
No, you said.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
There you
I move the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
okay, it's been moved and seconded. No binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
We can go into the second motion.
Go to the next one. All right, I move the county commission. Here.
Good question.
Yeah, they are. They're out there.
Okay. Move the county commission, including chairman of the board, vice chairman McKinley, Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session, discuss confidential data relating to financial affairs or trade secrets of corporations, partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships, discuss interviews held with a representative or representatives of Olson Studio, a potential consultant with update of the Riley County Comprehensive Plan. With Clancy Holman, County Councilor, Brian Parker, Deputy County Councilor, attorneys for the commission. A discussion which would also be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. An additional exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting resumed in the county commission chamber at 12:30. Amanda Webb, Planning and Development Director, Bob Isaac, Planner, Vivian Leva, Public Information Officer, and members of the Consultant Selection Committee will also be present.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the county commission recess into executive session to discuss confidential data relating to financial affairs, trade secrets of corporation, partnership trust, and individual proprietorships, and discuss interviews held with a representative or representatives of Olson Studio, a potential consultant for update of the Riley County Comprehensive Plan. With the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 12:30 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And commissioners, we are live.
Expect, keep trying to roll this every once in a while to keep it on there, but I forgot
Yeah.
about it. I moved the Board of County Commissioners to come out of executive session.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded. The Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Move the record reflect no binding actions taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded. No binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
He did.
Okay. Move the county commission. Can I say did it?
You could try it.
I moved
Try and defend it.
I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Perky, recess into executive session to discuss confidential data relating to financial affairs with trade secrets of corporations, partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships, to discuss interviews held with a representative or representatives of potential consultants for update of the Riley County Comprehensive Plan with Clancy Holman, County Councilor, Bryant Parker, Deputy County Councilor, attorneys for the commission. A discussion which would also be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an additional exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. Open meeting to resume in the county commission chambers at 1:00. Amanda Webb, Planning and Development Director, Bob Isaac, Planner, and Vivian Leva, Public Information Officer, members of the Consultant Selection Committee will also be present.
I would second that.
Okay. Been moved and seconded that the Riley County Commission recess into executive session to discuss confidential data relating to financial affairs for trade secrets of corporation, partnership, trusts, and individual proprietors, to discuss interviews held with representative or representatives of potential consultants for updates of the Riley County Comprehensive Plan. With the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 1 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
and your life.
All right, I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Move the record reflect action will be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't have anything else. So like I said, I have one across the way, so.
Take your motions.
I would make a motion to adjourn the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners meeting as of
I am,
June 6th.
I like how that works. That's second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn the June 6th meeting of the Riley County Commission. All in favor?
Aye.